Hey there, guys. Welcome back to another live stream. It's another Friday, and it's time for another live stream. So, I hope you guys are ready for today. I've been working a little bit on the graphics of the live stream today. I haven't finished everything yet, but yeah, I do want to have some background music in this section in the waiting screen, but I haven't gotten around to making the background music yet, so we will have to do like this for now. I'm overall just changing the graphics of the live streams a little bit and just switching it up a bit, making it all look a little bit more cohesive. I'm going to update the graphics for the tutorials as well, make that all look as cohesive as possible, so that pretty much the live streams and the tutorials that I'm gonna be doing from now on will be, well, looking a lot better, I guess. So I haven't made the animation myself, by the way. That is just made by somebody else. He's a really good, well, what do you call somebody like that? 3D animator, I guess. Well, maybe just an animator. He's just really good at that. He's called Beeple, and he basically makes a shit ton of these like animations that you can just download and use for free as long as you credit him. So I put a link to his website in the description on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, I've put it on my channel as well there, so you can see it. But yeah, they're really good, and I mean, they really spice up like something like this, like a little weight screen. It's really, it's a big improvement, I think. I like stuff like that. So yeah. Today is gonna be sound design. I said last week we were probably gonna work on the track from last week, but I actually finished it. I finished the track in the last week, so we're gonna do some sound design today, and we're gonna make some new sounds and see if that inspires us and leads to something. And I have no plans, so if anybody wants to contribute something in the chat and wants me to make a certain sound, or, well, not really like, I'm not asking for recreations of sounds, but more like, a type of sound. Just let me know in the chat what you guys want me to make, and I'll do it. I just want to make some drum and bass oriented sounds. Doesn't really matter what it is. Could be bass, could be drums, could be atmosphere, could be all kinds of stuff. I don't know. So we're just gonna get started today and see what happens. Why I don't stream on other days? Because I have a lot of things already that I'm doing other than just live streaming. I'm actually gonna. I've made an update on my YouTube channel on my community tab yesterday with some updates that are gonna happen soon. I'm gonna start with a regular upload schedule for my tutorials, and I'm thinking of doing maybe one or two a week next to the live stream. So there's gonna be more content from now on, and there's just a bunch of other stuff gonna happen on the channel. So I made a whole post about it, and you can check it out if you want. Can you make an intro atmosphere? Well, yeah, I'm pretty good at that, so yeah, I definitely can do that. I've got a video planned actually that is coming up pretty soon on my channel. I found a lot of my old music. I'm talking music that I made 10 years ago when I was really shitty. When I was like first trying out stuff with drum and bass. And like tracks from 2007 to 2010, something like that. And I'm actually making a bunch of videos where I'm actually gonna go and listen to those and kind of feedback myself and show you guys how far I've come throughout the years, because it's quite a big change, and it's pretty fun just to listen to these old pieces of music. I didn't even knew I still had them, to be honest. I was just going through some old accounts and old websites that I was a member of, and I found some old, some files some sites where you could upload music, and I found a bunch of old files, and I was like, oh, that's really fun. So yeah, that's gonna be coming up soon as well for a video, and I've got a whole bunch of videos planned. I'm actually making a lot of videos right now. I have about 5 videos that are not yet released that are already uploaded to my channel and scheduled for upcoming days, and I haven't really made the schedule public yet, but I will do that pretty soon. So, Yeah, we did hit 60,000 subs. Big milestone. I'm really happy with it. And thanks to everybody who subscribed. Because honestly, seeing that kind of stuff and every now and then hitting one of those milestones is just one of those things that definitely keeps you going and gets me motivated, to push the channel more and to do more with it. And yeah, I'm definitely trying to improve it for the upcoming rest of the year, I guess. Okay, let's switch. Oh, my webcam is still black and white. Oh, fuck it. I don't care. I don't care. I was playing around with some stuff, and I made it black and white. Well, to be honest, it kind of fits. Kind of fits, actually. Oh, why not? I'll keep it for now. Let's see what the chat is saying. Was there a point you noticed a big change in the quality of your music, and do you know what caused that? Well, I've had a few of those moments, actually, but I've hit one really recently. Like, if you listen back to, like, the streams of the let's say the last 3 months or so, there has been a huge improvement in in the quality of what I'm making, or at least that's what I think. I've also finally broke the habit, which was like about, I think, yesterday, of not finishing any tracks. I finished a track since a long time yesterday again, and it felt so good. So I think I'm actually hitting one of those moments right now where I'm really just, I don't know, something clicked. I kind of feel I stopped caring a lot about rules when it comes to music production. Rules are great, but I mean, take them with a grain of salt because, yeah, especially with genres like drum and bass, you just want to go crazy and see what happens, and if something cool happens, then use it. But overall, just I wasn't for a long time. I just wasn't happy with the drops that I was writing. Like, a lot of the intros and the breakdowns and the build-up sounded really good, but then it would hit the moment of the drop in the track, which is like, the most important part of the track, and I don't know, it just didn't sound the way I want. And somehow in the last, I've been spending a lot of time on those parts of the tracks, just writing new drops and writing new interesting drop ideas and just practicing that, basically. And then at some point it just changed a bit, I guess. My workflow changed a bit, and I don't know, it suddenly works. It's hard to explain. How many videos in total are on your channel? I think a little under 400 right now. I think it's about 360 to 380, something like that. The webcam is too dark. Well, I can brighten it up a little bit. Oh yeah, it's a little dark. Well, it's getting dark out. It's still sunny out right now, but it's slowly getting dark. The sun is going down, so it might get a little darker. Let's see. That should do the trick. That should do it. Yeah, so I'm actually doing some stuff right now as well in Ableton. I've started utilizing those collections in the browser that you have. If you're using Ableton Live 10, you've got those little collections at the top left of your browser, right? With those color-coded collections, and you can, like these little colored squares that you see here. All of those things, you can like color code things in your browser, right? So I've just been making a few collections and just saving stuff to there, and it's actually really helpful. Really helpful to just quickly access certain things. Like, I've got a nice atmosphere folder now with a whole bunch of shit in there that I can just grab, and I only color code things now when I think they sound good. So basically it's just one big collection of sounds that sound good. And I just want to do some sound design today, maybe grab some sounds from those folders and process some stuff and see what happens. So, first, intro sounds. Somebody asked for intro sounds. Well, intro sounds are always interesting. Like, do you really want to see, like, from scratch? Like, you can go really crazy with that, but, like, a very simple way to start off, probably, is just take, like, a sound. Doesn't really matter what it is. For instance, let's go into this pluck category and serum and just choose, like, I don't know, a random one. Monolith sounds interesting. And just create, like, a little MIDI note. And just creating, like, a first, like, a big bit of ambience for the track. I feel like a lot of times in drum and bass you have these big reverb, ambient kind of things. And let me check. Oh, yeah. Turn the volume of Ableton on. That's always smart to do. So, let's say I don't hear anything yet. Okay, there we go. So key of F, for instance, that's a key that's commonly used in drum and bass. I just take like a weird sound. For instance, like that. That's a good starting point, I guess. And just throw a big reverb on it. That's something I do a lot when it comes to making making atmosphere sounds for like intros. Just put like a long reverb on it. And maybe create like another layer on top. Just with a long reverb, and just freeze that. Don't really bother with it, just freeze it and see what happens. Just flatten it, bam, you've got the audio with a really long reverb tail. And you know, or I know, what the key of that is, so I could put that in a sampler, for instance. This is in the key of F now. So I can put that in a sampler and play around with that. So let's do that. Why not? Let's take the Ableton sample device and just drop that in there. And let's set the root note to F, so F2. And now we can start playing with that. So if I put an F2 here, we're just gonna get that. Now, might be a little bit more interesting to do a reversed version of this. Maybe drop that around here, set up a loop, for instance, so we can create like a little pad out of it. And just loop that, crossfade it. Now we are gonna have more like a pad-like sound out of that, well, reverbed synth sound that we had. Let's go into here. Let's give it a good amount of attack time and a good amount of release. And we might be able to play around with the filter as well. Drop that on there with a long attack time and a long release as well. And now you have like a pad sound. So this is still in the key of F, so I could just actually start playing chords with it as well. That could be like a little start for an ambience of a track. And then maybe go down to another key. Do like a chord change. I don't know, maybe try this one out. gonna put a long reverb on this as well. Well, not too long, but just a nice gentle reverb. I'm not sure about the chord change actually, so I'll just leave it for now. But that could be like a nice sound, right? Now let's say, can we do something more with this particular sound? We probably can. Maybe we can turn this into like an impact sound. So let's, or maybe like a tonal impact, so more like a melodic impact. Let's unwarp this. Let's pitch it down a full octave. Let's see what happens. You know what? Let's pitch it down another octave. Okay, let's put some EQ on that, because it probably has a lot of low frequencies now. Yeah, see? So cool. Let's give that a fade out. And I need to go in here and fix that start position because there's a little gap at the start. Let's just fix that. And maybe put like a little extra reverb on it to make it fade out a little bit smoother. And I would probably distort the shit out of it because it sounds a little clean. And like put like a shit ton of sound effects on it as well, because that's how you always can make an intro sound a lot better. Okay, let's take out some of this here. And like put some, I don't know, some weird sound effect hits or something. And that usually gets an intro starting for me at least. I mean, just take some of those kind of sounds, you know? Put like some of those cinematic type hits in there. And, you know, come up with like maybe a lead synth or something that you can add to this. That's always fun to do. I might have like a little thing set up already here. Let's see. I have MIDI clips here. Let's say like an arpeggiated MIDI clip or something. So what does this one sound like? Let's see. And what key is this one? Let's have a look at that first. This is in the key of E1. Let's transpose this chord down to E instead. Yeah, why not? So what does this MIDI clip sound like? Well, I mean, that could work. mean, that could be an interesting layer. So how does that work with the rest? Let's see. Okay, so oh yeah, of course, this one is not in the right key. Let's pitch that down one more semitone. See, that could be something you can start off with. For instance, have this going on like that. And then do something like this. So I have another section coming in, and that's where this one is gonna come in. And then, for instance, automate that high pass filter. So take this high pass and just automate that. Come on. Oh, wait. Just automate this. And there's like a really big resonance on it right now, so let me also automate that resonance to go down a bit. So that would be like one thing that we could do here. Like, and it's all about automation right now. Like it's coming up with a couple of interesting sounds for an intro, and from there I would say it's mostly about automation. So automating other things, and you can go crazy. Like, I actually quite like this ARP, to be honest, so I might want to try out and see what I can do with it more. I was thinking, I set up this LFO to not be synced to the tempo, so I can use this rate to slow it down. If I automate that, I have to automate it down, I think. Towards the end here, maybe. Let's see what happens. Okay. Medic coming in.
Please show us how to make a distorted FM8 bass Memphis style. Oi, oi, oh.
Please show us how to make a distorted FM8 bass Memphis style. I'll definitely get into some bass after this. I kind of want to do some bass design as well today, so I'm definitely going to do that. But I kind of want to work a little bit on this ARP first, and then I guess we'll get into some bass after that. Thanks a lot for the 20 damn euros. Holy shit. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot for the 20 euros. Yeah, man, why don't you like trance? Well, I mean, I really don't like trance, to be honest. Uh, but I do like myself a good ARP. I kinda like it, but at the same time I don't. And the reason for that is I don't like the attack slowing down. So, I can do this another way. Instead of using an LFO, I should use an envelope. So, let me go into the matrix here. And all these, I'm gonna change to envelope 2. And then I need to set up envelope 2 in a way that it sounds similar to this LFO. Yeah, that's better. Now I can just automate the decay time, so I should just do these with macro knobs. I always just automate the knob itself, but if you do it with a macro, you can connect like a bunch of things to one macro, which is a lot better to do, probably. That's kind of cool. And have like, I don't know, maybe a reverb on it that opens up. Let's hope that this Serum reverb is gonna sound a little bit good. Because most of the time I don't like the reverb in Serum, but... Ah, that didn't sound too bad. I'm just gonna take most of the low end out of that because we have the little boom underneath it, so it doesn't really need it. Time for some tea. Yeah, that could be like a little intro section. Needs a couple of extra sounds and some more things, and I probably would just sustain this pad and not make it stop, because it kind of sounds nice if it just keeps going on, I think. Because there's a little gap in between the chords, which is kind of odd. I'll probably just do that. Serum reverb is definitely not great. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. It sounds a little weird, in my opinion. It's, sometimes it does sound alright, but most of the time I don't really like it too much. On this sound, it does. On this sound, it kind of worked alright, but... Please put in some drums on this. Oh yeah, I can definitely put some drums on it. You want to do it the easy way? I mean, kind of works. It's one of the drums from an older project that I started but never finished, so I might just reuse it anyway. Now, I kind of like that, but we could also start with a low pass instead. That is sometimes also fun. Or starting with with a very wet reverb, but I kind of want to have the reverb coming up at the end. So, but like a low pass could also be fun here. Let's do one of these. Or actually, you know what? Let's keep it at a high pass. Let's just put another reverb on it at the first part. That one. And I can just put like another reverb on it. Because I kind of don't like that it starts really dry. Yeah, I don't know. I might do it with low pass instead. Might be a little better. Should be pretty easy to do. Let's see. Change this to a low pass. And then here, instead of going down, it should go up instead. Yeah, that kind of works. Now let me get rid of this tea bag. Like that. Okay. Low pass sounds perfect. I'm quite new to D&B. Do you sidechain a lot in the genre? I don't know. When it comes to sidechaining, it's mostly just when I sidechain, I only really sidechain when I need it. So when there's like a problem. So if there's like, let's say I have a bass going and I have some drums going and they clash. That's when I would use sidechaining. But if they don't clash, I would not use any sidechaining because there's no reason to do so. I guess that's what you always want to keep in mind. Now you can like in other genres, you hear sidechaining a lot as like a creative effect. A lot of like house music genres, they have like this pumping sidechain effect. That's a different thing, you know. Then you don't really use it for like a mixing purpose, but more like as a creative purpose. And I only really use sidechaining for like mixing purposes, making stuff fit in the mix. Low pass makes it creep in more subtle at first, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Maybe have it come up a little bit quicker though. Yeah, interesting. Could be an intro. Could definitely be an intro. That made a great sound. What? What made a great sound? Okay, let's do some bass design. Let's try out some FM synthesis. FM8. Teabag hit in the bin. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't hear that sound through my headphones, so I don't really know what it sounded like through the mic. Oh yeah, in E, because we're working in E for the intro. Okay, I always set the root note first for FM8 because it's really annoying otherwise. Should we do like a little pattern? Let's just set up a little pattern. Let's turn key sync on for all these operators. It's always FM synthesis is such a, it just takes such a long time to find something that sounds interesting enough. Like I usually I just first end up running it through a shitload of distortion and then changing the patch afterwards. That's usually easier to do. So let's say if we take some drums here, so let's just take these drums, why not? Or wait, I think I have a... let's try that version. Let's change the pattern so that it follows the kick drum and the snare a little bit. Yeah, that could work. No, the webcam is gray today. I made it gray because I made it black and white because I wanted to. And I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I don't want to bother changing it again. Let's just put a distortion on here just for now, so that we have a little bit of dirt going. Oh, sorry, Pat. Could actually go for a deep one with this one, deep roller. We need some sidechaining setup though, because if we're gonna end up distorting the bass, it's gonna get too loud for the kick. So, luckily I have my sidechain track still set up here. Like so. And then the bass group looks at the sidechain trigger. Cool. Now we need to make the sound a lot more dirty, because it sounds way too simple right now. Let's offset this a little bit. Get a little movement in there, which kind of nice. You know what, maybe it would be cool if we offset that layer. So, keep this one the same and then offset this one. Not with that much though. A little bit. Could do something with that. Okay, let's run that through the filter here. Okay, and let's try running that through the saturator here. Okay, that sounds like shit. Okay, not gonna do that, because that doesn't really work too well on this one. Let's take this and feed that into something here. So gonna use this noise. Let's see. Bring that up a little bit. Let's feed that into something. How much different does it sound because of the filter? Not even that much different. I guess there we go. And now it's super distorted because of this one. I would just resample this and just start processing the shit out of it, probably. But you can do a lot with this now, playing around with all these kind of things. I kind of wished you had more operated or more oscillator choices in FM8. Like, if you could import your own, that would be absolutely awesome. But you can't, sadly. And that's also the thing, you really want to, you know, automate stuff over time. Like on certain sections, just automate something up or something. Like, let's just try it out with that one. For instance, right here at the end, let's say, create like a little section where it rises up. And now we can go back into here and play around with this one. Maybe I should just bring it all the way down here. And only bring that in towards the end. And let's see where... Oh yeah, that's something that we cannot... Let me just do this. I first want to find where it sounds best. Oh, that could be nasty. You can go very far with that. And of course, to jump uppy. Dude, you gotta start somewhere, huh? You gotta start with something and then build from there. And yeah, jump up is just very basic in terms of the sound design, so if you start writing like a neurofunk track, it can sound quite similar to a jump up track when you're still getting started. Because, well, it starts with basic sound design. And where you take it from there, that's up to you, you know? I would say that you can turn any jump up bass line into a neurofunk bass line with enough post-processing. That's just the way it is. Yeah, it's too drum and bassy, I think, as well. I can just automate that. So right now it's at 15. I mean, we could automate this. Let me try and make it a little bit easier for myself. I'm connecting this to a macro knob and set this to 0.15. So now I can move it up to 15. Yeah. So you can use that to automate stuff, right? So you can say, for instance, in this section I want to automate it up. And that didn't do shit. Why didn't that do anything? Interesting. Okay, that does something. And now I would just start processing this because this is a good starting point. How do I get out of that? Oh yeah, like that. See, now you can go crazy with stuff, right? And this is what I mean with not really bothering too much with the rules. I'm thinking if I automate this up, so And then automate the frequency as well. That also sounded kind of interesting. And then just start, well, keep building on that, I guess. What should we put on here? Let's put some, start off with some OTT. Why not? Let me take the other one. I have my own preset, which is a parallel, which keeps the sub a little bit cleaner sounding. Bit more distortion, maybe. Maybe even do some multiband distortion. Why not? Let's try that out. So annoying that all the texts are delayed. Oh yeah, from the live stream, I know. I don't know why that happens. Don't think there's that much I can do about it, to be honest. I think that's because of the fact that it sends it to Restream and then sends it to YouTube after that. You know, there's like a little delay, I think, because of Restream, but I don't know, it doesn't really matter too much. What else can we put in here? Let's see. Like, we can put another filter on it on the end and just add like some actual groove now. Let's try that out. I'm thinking 24 though, which is gonna cut out a lot of the actual sound, but then I will have to put like, you know, some compression on it and some more distortion to bring that back up. But let's see. Let's do this. And let's put a little saturate on the end or something like that so that we can bring the level back up. Let's see, what can we do here? I don't know if this is actually going to sound good, but let's try it out. There's like a frequency somewhere in the low mids, which is really annoying, but maybe we can get rid of it a little bit. I don't know, kind of works. More distortion. I'm just gonna add more distortion, why not? Like, can we have something more screaming peak? Holy shit, what's that gonna do? Especially when you're doing stuff with distortion, you always want to play around with like EQ boosts in front of the distortion and see what happens if you sweep them around, because sometimes it can create really interesting things. I'm not too sure if it works in this one, but might not be the best example. Wish it would do a little bit more than that, but What the hell is this one here? It's obviously a Foreman filter, but I never check those out, to be honest. Damn, that sounds so bad. Yeah, not a big fan of this, to be honest. You know what? Let's just bounce this to audio. Fuck it. I'm just gonna bounce this entire thing to audio. Let's just resample this another time. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can turn it into a Reese. It's still just the key of F, so... Yeah, that's up. That's up. I noticed the same thing. Like, again, maybe automate some stuff. Ooh, I'm thinking of something. it needs to be brought out, that high end, but that could work. So hard to hear. Okay, let's see if we can bring that out. That works. Where is it here? Let's... Dun, 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 dun. You are now tuned into the sounds of Noisia Radio. I feel like this could be a nice sub. This could be a nice sub layer with that little bit of noise on top. That could be a good layer to get started with for like a drop. I do want to have different drums, I think. I feel like the kick sounds too distorted. Like it's too... doesn't really work too well with the sub. It kind of works, but needs to be processed a bit, maybe. Yeah, electric trash is absolutely great. That preset for in trash is really absolutely awesome. I love it so much. I use it a lot. Okay, let's see if we can make some drums. Or at least get some drums going here. Yeah, a bit too much distortion on the kick, yeah, I know. But it's part of the sample, so I'm not really gonna bother too much with it. I'm just gonna write some drums myself, I guess. I kind of want to have a little bit of a dirty kick though, because that kind of fits it, I think. I might actually be able to use the snare that was in here, because that one sounded pretty alright, I think. Snare kind of works. That snare sounds kind of nice, so I might be able to just use that. Let's see. Cram those drums in a compressor. Yeah, we can do that, but nah, not for now. Let's see, what can we put on here? Kinda want to put some atmosphere in it as well. Like more some atonal type atmosphere, like what I just played. And just use that as like little reverse sections or something. Like that. Pretty much like that. That was a happy accident. Oh yeah. Some more hi-hats, I guess, because we don't really have a hi-hat right now. Let's see. I think I want to have a really weird sounding hi-hat though. Maybe in this pack. Let's see if there's any weird hi-hats in here. Not really. Gonna take some of those weird percussion sounds. The Calling 3, where's that from? I have no clue. I have no clue. Let's have a look. It's from Glitched Tones Atmosphere. I have this big folder, which is just a folder I found somewhere online. It's like basically just, you know, when sample pack creators put like they release like a demo version of the pack, which with like, you know, like 4 little samples from the entire sample pack, something like that. And there's this company, or I don't know what it is. It's maybe it's from GDC 2017, which I think is some kind of a game conference or something like that. It's probably Game Developers Conference, GDC. And it basically has a whole folder with just a shitload of these demo packs of all these different sample packs, and there's some really quality sounds in there. And I found it on a forum or something, I think. Somebody shared it. I think it was Reddit. And but it's just like basically just from all kinds of demos from like cinematic sample packs and stuff like that. And I just was going through that earlier this week, and I was like, hey, there's actually some pretty good sounds in here that I can use to, you know, like resample and mangle up into something new. You should get a push too. Maybe I should, yeah. Maybe I should hook up with Ableton and see if they can make something happen. To be honest, I haven't really I have a couple of MIDI controllers and I don't really use them a lot. I'm much more of a guy that just clicks in everything that he wants to do. But I can see like the benefit of something like a push 2, especially for stuff like automation and stuff. I think that would be great. And just, you know, triggering stuff, and yeah, it's definitely, I would have to look into it though. I don't know if it fits my workflow. Lots of stuff from Glitch Tones on Freesound. Oh, really? Freesound is good, to be honest. I mean, Freesound is great for just finding weird sounds, you know? It's always fun to know. Every now and then I go there as well, just search like weird Foley sounds and stuff like that. And there's so much. And I mean, yes, technically speaking, you're not allowed to use them, because most of it is, even though it's freesound.org, most of it is still copyrighted. Even though it's usually released on the Creative Commons. But technically speaking, you could only use it for like non-commercial things, and you also need to credit the original person that made the sample. But if you just use them for like resampling purposes, and you change the sample up completely, run it through a bunch of distortion chains, and I don't know what else you want to do to it, nobody's gonna find it out. Nobody's gonna recognize the original sample anymore by the time you're done with it. So I see that as perfectly fine. For drums, it's great. Oh yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. I mean, I haven't really looked too much into the push, to be honest. I kind of know what it is, but I kind of don't at the same time. You know what I mean? I know what it is, but I would really have no clue how it actually works. Like if I would get my hands on one, I would not be able to just go do something with it, because I would first have to figure the whole thing out. But it does look like an interesting tool to use. I always assumed more like a tool for people that want to do live stuff, you know, playing stuff live and triggering clips and stuff like that. That's always what I associated it with a lot more. But on another note, I have been thinking about a push or something similar, so that I can trigger like sound clips or things during the feedback stream, which would be fun. And I thought a push could work for that. So I have been looking into it a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Most of the time I just click stuff in with my mouse anyway. Okay, so now we have these two parts. Would this work together? That's the question. I mean, it can probably work. As long as you don't use this one too much here. But let's just copy this section a couple of times. Like 4 times or so. That we have a little bit of a longer section to work with. You know what? Let's try playing around with the kick drum pattern. I kind of want to try out what it sounds like if we do something like this instead. I need to change the sidechain as well, but that could be kind of nice. I still hear a click. Something. I'm not sure where it comes from. Okay, it comes from the bass. Not too sure about the kick yet, but I guess I'll leave it for now. Let's see if we can put some weird groove in here or something with these weird sounds. That sound needs to be processed. Maybe use that sound every now and then, just not too often. Some hats, definitely. Yeah, maybe a 1/8 note pattern. Thinking what pattern would be nice for the hats. I mean, it could work, but I kind of like a 1/4 pattern, to be honest. That has a little bit of a different groove. I really like that. Yeah, we've got a bunch of backroom, or what is that, backseat producers again today. Let's see what is the chat doing. Or just do like Cashmere Take, download them and sell them under your name. Yeah. It was lately, I forgot where it was. There was somewhere I saw him popping up again recently. Might use that sound somewhere. I kind of want to put a break in and just see if I can get some stuff going that sounds a bit more interesting, that has a bit more of a texture. Let's see. I got a bunch of breaks saved here. Like maybe if we chop something up here, take some of these sounds in here, because it sounds kind of cool. So maybe if we chop some of that up, that could work. Let's first high pass it. I don't use the Valhalla delay a lot. Let's see if I have that one installed. I think I do. Oh no, I don't. Maybe I don't use it a lot because of that reason. I have a lot of good delays, and I don't really need anyone anymore, I think. I'm a big fan of that Sandman Pro delay, and other than that, I mostly just use the Ableton Live delays. just gonna process this loop a little bit. Let's just do... Let's see. Don't want to record that. I want to record the automation. Has that recorded itself? Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. See if we can use a couple of bits and pieces from that. Let's freeze that. Where am I gonna put something? Maybe here. So now I'm really just gonna listen for like happy accidents. We can go through these and just listen for like little bits that sound cool. I mean, that part sounded kind of cool. Let me automate this one down a little bit here. Or we could automate it up to follow along with the pitch. Ooh, that could be cool. Maybe we could even do... What the hell was that? Oh shit, that actually sounded pretty cool. Maybe for a last section here. Might work. Do you have a preferred style of drum and bass? I would say the more heavier stuff is definitely stuff that I like a lot more. But I can enjoy any style of drum and bass. Doesn't really matter. For me at least, like, heavier stuff is usually what I'm more into. Doesn't really matter if it's like a full-on heavy neurofunk track or a bit more of a deeper neurofunk track. If it's at least a bit more of the, you know, like, I'm saying neurofunk because then you guys know what I mean. Usually I just would call it drum and bass anyway because it's all drum and bass to me. It's just a different style of drum and bass. But I can enjoy any drum and bass if it's well produced. That's the main point, you know. If it's well produced, that's all that matters. But for me, it's mostly the more heavier stuff. I can enjoy liquid every now and then, if I'm in the mood for it. You know, if I'm just hanging out on like a, you know, what is it? Let's say a nice summer Sunday afternoon, and I'm just like, let's listen to something sweet while doing some stuff around the house. Then yeah, sure, liquid could be good for that. Jungle, yeah, Jungle's great. Jungle's definitely great. Can you enjoy salsa? Of course I can. If it's well-made salsa and if it sounds nice, to be honest, I'm quite of a sucker for ethnic sounds and ethnic instruments and ethnic styles of music. So salsa is a little bit of a Spanish style, right? So definitely could get into that if I like the sound of it. And can you gent? Well, I can listen to rock music, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, so you know what? It's probably gonna sound like shit. I'm pretty sure it's gonna sound like shit. But I'll put these drums in the intro. And I'll put this thing right after here. Wait. Let me just copy it. So that you guys have something to listen to. Because otherwise, it's gonna be a little quiet. Donk and bass. Yeah. I actually did a video, I recorded a video for like later... somewhere in the upcoming weeks. It's gonna be up on my channel. Me responding to old music, and there's one track in there which like a drum and bass track. One of my first drum and bass tracks I ever made. I found it finally on like an old account somewhere on an old account on an old website, and it was so bad. It was literally so bad that the entire track had not a single proper bass sound in it, so it was more like drum and pads than drum and bass. But it's definitely going to be fun, because I'm definitely going to be doing videos about these older tracks. I just want to show you where I came from, you know, and where I am now. And if you compare the two, it's going to be a big change. And I thought it's going to be a fun little video to do as well. It's a little bit of a different style of content. And I think those kind of videos do kind of well as well. You know, I see other YouTube channels doing videos reacting to my old music, and they get a lot of views on those kind of videos, so everything for the views, right? Well, almost anything. Did you guys know Gore-Tex? No, I don't know. I have no clue who that is. Anyways, I'll be back in just a bit. I'll take a little short bathroom break, and I'll let you guys listen to this while I'm at it. And I'll be back after that, and we'll continue working on this one. Let me make that one impact sound a little bit quieter, because it's quite loud, that subby thing. And this one a bit quieter, maybe. Cool. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, we're getting started. Ah, damn. Maybe some pitch automation on the noisy bass. Yeah, that could maybe work. I'm just overall gonna do a bunch of automating now. Chat is frozen on the screen. Really? Is it? I was playing around with the chat earlier and it did some weird things. Let me fix it. Should be good again now, I think. Let's see. Somebody posted something. Now there's a little delay, so we have to wait a little bit. Yeah, it works again. Nice. Yeah, every now and then it freezes up. I don't know why. Maybe it is because I have two different live chat sources set up in OBS or in Streamlabs OBS, which is what I'm using. Because I have one that is the one that you're seeing right now, right? Which is like a small version of the live chat, and then I added a larger version of the live chat on the start screen and like the screen for when I'm gonna take a little break. And since I added two different sources from the same live chat, it started acting up a little weird, and I'm not sure if it is because of that, or if there's just something else that I'm missing. But it seems to be working again, so that's fine. Yeah, looks like it's working again. If it freezes again, just let me know, and I'll refresh the chat, and then it'll work again. So yeah, I do want to get rid of the delay. But I haven't figured out why it's happening. I think it has something to do with Restream. I think that is what is the cause of it, but I'm not sure. So, in the intro, I think it would be nice if I had like a more filtered version of the drums, so without all the low end. That's usually what I do, at least, so let's go into... let's do this. The chat is still frozen? I don't think it is. I saw something update a little while ago. Did it freeze already? Guys, say something. Speak! Chat! Otherwise I can't verify if it's frozen. Hello, Contem. Welcome to the stream. No, it seems to work. The other one is frozen. Oh, that could be the case. Yeah, that could be the case. Because that one is a different source. So I would have to reset that one separately. Oh god, that's annoying. And then that one works again. And if I now switch to the other one, is that one still updating? That is the question. Oh, and the stuff that's falling into the glass, that is for everybody that subscribes, it's a little extra thing gets added into the glass, and everybody who donates, a little coin drops down into the glass as well. So that's just a little extra thing that I've had on there for a while. I might get rid of it. It doesn't really add too much, and I'm working on improving like this view of the live stream as well. So, but that's gonna change maybe even next week. Anyways, it seems to be working fine. So, okay, I'll work on that intro later. I kind of wanna work on the drop section first. That extra section definitely adds something, but I want to process that one a little bit different. So let me put these on a separate track. Let me just do this. That's better. I want to try out a different part here, see if I can find something else. Little weird extra thingies are quite fun to add, I guess. Kind of works. Find a nice sound here. Doesn't really do what I want here. I need a nice section for this part right here. Wait, maybe if I reverse the entire thing. See what happens now. That's my glitchy percussion. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it kinda is. Honestly, 10 to 20 will get you a tutorial on whatever you want that is fucking cheap. I mean, yeah, kinda it does. But hey, I mean, I'm just gonna sit here anyway and make music, so why not have you watch while I do that, right? It does have to be, like, within my, expertise, I guess. Like, I don't know everything. But if I can do a tutorial, that's the same thing with like, a lot of recreations that people request. Like, can you remake this sound, or can you remake that particular sound? I only can do that if I know how to do that sound. So if I hear the sound and I get an idea of like, oh, it could be made in that kind of way, then yeah, I can do a tutorial about it. But there's also a lot of sounds when people send me them, and I'm gonna go like, I'm not sure how that sound was made. And those are the kind of remakes I usually don't do, because that would just require me to do so much work to just figure out how it was made, or even get remotely close to the original sound, you know? But when it's a sound that I think of like, oh yeah, I know how that was made, I can easily do a tutorial about that. That's not a big point. That's like... And that's like the ones that I definitely want to do as well. But I am gonna turn the channel memberships on soon on YouTube. So for like, what is it, $4.99, you can support my channel every month, and with that I will be able to sustain the channel easily, and I will do a regular upload schedule starting soon as well. And there's just a lot of stuff that's gonna happen. But that is one of the features that I had it for like, I think a hell of a year or so by now. But I just never turned it on because I wasn't sure what to give back to the community. I mean, in a way, you kind of already give the videos back, right? And a lot of people told me, like, just turn it on. I would be happy to just pay you for the videos that you already do. But YouTube also requires you to give some extra perks to people that become a member. You know, stuff that the people that are not a member will not get. I'm thinking about what I could do on that, you know. That's going to be a tough one, because I don't want it to be something that requires a lot of extra work for me. It needs to be something that's easy to do and easy to maintain. But I'll see. I'll figure that one out soon. It's not going to change too much though for the channel. The content, that all the tutorials will stay free. All of the live streams will stay free. There might be like a live stream specific to memberships every now and then, but that will be on a day different than Friday, so that will just not replace the main live streams. I will keep on doing those, and I'll actually start doing more content as well, starting with the channel membership. So it's not just gonna be like, oh, now you have to pay to get the content that you always got for free. It's not gonna be like that. It's just gonna be more content and more stuff for the people that want to pay a little bit of money and help support the channel, you know. So it's just gonna be it's gonna be more work for me, that's for sure. But I'm dedicated now. I'm really dedicated to push it. You will support it with Balti Pies. Well, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. If YouTube allows that, then sure, do it. So I have a bunch of things set up on my master track. Not even sure if that is helping us right now. And there's stuff right here that Trash is also doing stuff. Oh, the sidechain was turned off. Maybe that's why it sounded a little weird. Still not entirely happy with that last part, but... Not sure about this section here. Oh, I don't need to remove the entire track, just that clip. Find a different sound here. Yeah, that was better. What else does it need? Let's see. Do I have some quick hi-hat loops or something so that I can get an idea? Oh yeah, I have. I want to get an idea of what it sounds like with some more hats in the second half. And what kind of pattern could work. Probably gotta go for like a 16 note hi-hat pattern. Probably gonna be the best thing to do. Like, we can make it from something like this, that's also fun. Set that to 16s. Yeah, why not? Let's try and roll with this one. Kinda works. Interesting. See what else we can do with that. Maybe we can do a similar thing with the filter here. Take a saw wave, apply that to the low pass filter or something. It can become weird. I'm thinking of something like, maybe I could even use this in the first part, like when the first thing comes in here. Could even switch it to 1/8 there. That sounds weird. Not sure. Kinda sounds cool, but not sure about it. A low pass pi filter. Yeah, cool one. Yeah, I could do like this, and then switch to the 1/16 note in this part. Oh yeah, and that transition is absolutely weird right now. And it needs to be sidechained as well, because it definitely sounds a little weird when it layers with the kick. So I can just do this. And I probably need to put a little short reverb on it as well, because it's very dry. Let's see. A really short reverb. Okay, that part definitely does not sound good, so I'll just leave it like this, and then add like a 16th note hat instead. That'll be better. Okay, and then here, take out the snare maybe. Yeah, that'll be nice. Okay, so here we need like a bit more hats. Oh, I have this one. Yeah, let's add another hat to this. Why not? Let's just add it for now. And then we can I kind of want to automate that. Let's try it out. Could be cool. Okay, let's try something out with this one. Wait, I need to go up 3 because the bass does that as well. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. Maybe have like a little reverse sound there. Trying to think of something here with a sound like that. Not sure about that sound. Let's get rid of it. If in doubt, just get rid of it. Let's just take a different sample. Oh wait, this is in the key of F. If I need to pitch this down one semitone first to make it in the key of E, because we're in E instead. I'm so used to writing an F. Can we use this? We might be able to use that. That is like an ambient kind of reverse sound. Maybe. Yo, Voorman. Welkom. Welkom. Bij de stream. Oh goddamn, I'm out of water. No more tea for me. I gotta take a bathroom break anyway. Can grab something to drink as well. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Before I do though, I gotta make this transition a little bit better. For now, that'll be the transition. It still sucks, but I don't give a shit. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, and then I'll be back for, well, some more music production, I guess. We're not even that late into the stream. Time to drink the nondescript beverages you have elsewhere. No, I'll keep it clean tonight. Anyways, guys, I'll take a short little break, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, let's do some more weird sound design. I feel we need some really weird sounds for this track. Like the bass is, I really like this deeper thing, and I, for one goddamn time, want to keep it deep. Because most of the time it just turns into something completely different. I want to keep it this way, but I feel like we need something really weird. Don't you think? Don't you think as well? Hmm. All right. Damn, that's a nice sound. Ooh, I like this. Can we maybe work that into the intro? That would be nice. It's probably also coming from one of those demo packs, I think. Let's see. Show in places. Oh no, this is actually from a sample pack that I own. Motion Pulse Black Box. There's a couple of other ones. Ooh, damn, that sound is nice too. Let's bring these into the project. Because those sound kind of nice. Those are kind of nice sounds for the intro, I think. Holy shit. That sound, I came across that sound earlier this week and I was like, holy shit, I so gotta turn that into a bass someday. Like, I don't know what the pitch is, but let's try it out. Let's see what that thing is. Because it sounds as if it has a good, like a good sub bass to it. And it also sounds really crunchy as well. And it kind of sounds as if it has a static pitch. Like, not really a pitch that moves all over the place. So let's see if that is indeed the case. See? It's in the key of G. It's in the key of G. So, if I set this to G, in E, it sounds like this. Like, that could be a bass. Wait. Did I make the bass in F while the intro is in E? That's why it sounded a little weird. The bass needs to be one semitone lower. Okay. My mistake. My mistake. That sometimes happens. I'm so used to writing in F that seriously happens. And I noticed it when I dragged this in. I was like, what? That's a different pitch. It is actually has a clear pitch to it as well. It's like, this is actually a good sub already. It has a little bit of a pitch bend here, but overall it stays mostly on the key of G. In this case now in the key of E, but... let's try some hard clipping. It's kind of nice. Could be a layer to the bass actually, if I high pass it. But I feel like this could maybe be a different bass. Maybe. This the same pattern? No, there's a different pattern, right? No, it's the same pattern. God damn it. Maybe, maybe. I was kind of thinking it could maybe also be a layer to the base that we already have. But then I would have to process differently here. Not use the filter here in the way that I'm doing right now. So we can try that out as well. Now it should be in the right pitch. But that doesn't really work. So, no, let's not do that. And I'll keep it. Oh wait, I just removed the wrong one. Didn't I? God damn it. This one, yeah. That one can go. Okay, oh yeah, I dragged this sound in. What key is this? That's the question. The key of A. 5 semitones down. Makes it E, I guess. And then we need to warp this. Just eyeballing this right now. Yeah, that should be right. Something like that. That could be like a cool sound for the intro. Okay, let me play it without the drums first. Let me play it without the drums first, and then just see if we can make these layers work together. Might even want to have the drums come in later, like around here. And then like a build section here. And then go into... yeah, that could work. This intro would be better without these ARPs. Yeah, I definitely agree. Maybe the ARPs could work in a different pattern. So with different notes than the ones that I'm using right now. Because the ARP is kind of nice. But the pattern just doesn't work. But that ARP sounds absolutely beautiful. Well, not really, it's kind of distorted, but that makes it so good. But in a different pattern maybe, could work. Like probably a pattern more along the lines of a completely different pattern, but that might work better, you know? Because it follows more along the rhythm with that the drums have. I could maybe even use it here. Oh yeah, that could work after the intro. And then have this transition into the drop. That could maybe work. Not sure yet, but... Why are they not? Let's see. That could be fun. If we do something like that. Like I'm thinking without this, let's see. Wait, it transitions here. Let me do this. It is very dry, but don't mind that for now. Could maybe work. I want to do some weird sound design though. I feel like we need some really weird sounds in here. So let's continue with the sound design session that we were doing. Oh yeah, these were all in the key of, what was it? A? 5 semitones down. Let me pitch these 5 semitones down so that they're all 3 in the key of E. Could be a cool sound for the intro. Yeah, that could be a fun sound to use somewhere. Try warping samples at +12 with texture and lowest grain size, or automate grain size and clip some. Oh no, I actually don't warp, or I actually don't pitch them when I do stuff like that. I know what you mean. It's really fun to do, but you don't have to pitch it. As long as you stretch it to make it longer, you can create really weird stuff. Like if you take a bass sound, let's see. Bass steps somewhere. Maybe. Or just a reese or something. Come on. Yeah, let's just take that. I know what you mean. It's really fun to do. This is in the key of F. Let's unwarp it and pitch it down 1 semitone. Now it's in the key of E. This is just like a shitload of weird modulations. And then warp it. And let's just make it twice or 3 times as long. And now it basically just retains its original pitch. And you can kind of make like those granular kind of things this way. Yeah, you can make weird stuff with that. Definitely. texture definitely sounds better. And if you pitch it up, that could also be fun, I guess. Although I like the lower pitch a lot as well, to be honest. Yeah, that can be fun. Can definitely be fun. I'm not sure if that kind of stuff is gonna fit this track. I mean, it's weird. But, let's try a different weird. If that makes sense. I love myself some Foley sounds. That is actually a cool sound. Ooh. Whoa! I just need to process this. I just need to process this one and see what happens. What the hell is this even? Squeaks and creaks? 2? Foot drags on wood table? What? Does that sound like a foot that drags across a wooden table? I mean, I guess, maybe. Those first ones are just... You could turn that into a bass, probably. You just have to try it, right? I mean, we're doing sound design anyway. Oh boy. Let's put Heavy Harry on it as well. For a bit of extra dirt. Oh. What key is this in? Hey. Like, what is that even? Such a weird sound. Oh, but now we can play this entire thing and listen to what happens. Did you just hear that first part? Holy shit, that could be a part for like a weird wonky ass track. Bun, 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 something like that. Holy shit. Oh yeah, that could work so damn good. I need to save that somehow. Let me bounce that to audio. So I don't forget it. Yeah, it definitely sounds like an interesting, juicy fart. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Simon Says. Get the fuck up. Holy shit, that first part is so good. Oh man, that's really nice. I love that. Oh boy. Like, what is that? A mini duck. Those are some good bass sounds. I mean, holy shit! Oh yeah. I mean, you can hear it already. Holy boy, this is so much fun. I just want to run other sounds through it. But that sound is really fun. I should definitely use that in a different track for like that first part should work so well for like a half-time wonky ass part. Like we are in the same tempo anyway. Let's just see what it would sound like. Do I have a half-time break? Yeah, let's just take that real quick. Just a quick. What does that sound like with that first part? Oh, I would have to make that fit, chop it up, and I don't know, but that could be fun though. Could definitely be fun. I'm not gonna do it now though. Let me just bounce this one to audio. What was that again? Control Shift E? No. Control Shift R. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, what is that? Resampled stuff, I guess. Weird resampled fart bass. So now we don't lose it. Because it's not really a sound that would fit this track, to be honest. But it's such a nice sound for a different track. Okay, let's see. What do we have? It's not in the same key. Let's see if we can make it in the same key. I think that's the right key. But I could be wrong. I forgot to turn that back on. Yeah, I might be able to do something with that, but... what else do we have here? I got a lot of Foley sounds as well, that I... Damn! Sorry, boys. Oh, shit. What do we have here? Vocals.
Check out the sound. Here is a
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Business news now, and the Bank of England have announced...
Oh, that one is fun. I remember this one. But I don't know if it will trigger copyright. So let me pitch it down. I totally forgot about this vocal. I found it on YouTube and I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. I can sample this so well. But I've not used it until now. Pitch it down a couple of semitones. So that we're safe.
Business news now, and the Bank of England. Business news now, and the Bank of England have announced interest rates are set to...
I'm sorry, Paul, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We're just getting reports of some astonishing breaking news. It appears that an invasion of the Earth by an unknown but vastly powerful extraterrestrial aggressor is underway.
Yeah. Holy shit. I'm not for this track, but if I have like a more weird track, I'm definitely gonna use this one.
Business news now.
Especially that part. Where is it?
I'm sorry, Paul, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We're just getting reports of...
That part.
We're just getting reports of some astonishing breaking news. It appears that an invasion of the Earth by an unknown but vastly powerful extraterrestrial aggressor is underway.
Fuck, too bad for that little part of that vocal laugh right there. Where is it?
Aggressor is under...
Right here.
Is
A little bit of laughter in the background. That sucks a bit.
Business news.
But other than that, it's a nice vocal.
is underway. Details are sketchy, but reports are pouring in from across the world of vast, metallic, crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
Oh shit, that part is so good.
Vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
Bam! Take the sides off, unintentional. Wait, that might actually work. Maybe that is in the sides. Let's see. Mute sides.
Details are sketchy, but reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
It's not in the sides. Well, it is in the sides, but also in the mids. Oh, but a lot of it is in the sides.
Details are sketchy.
Yeah, it definitely eliminates a lot of it, because a lot of you can just hear it. Like the main vocal is almost mono. Because it almost disappears if I mute the mids. But then when that laugh comes in, like by the way, some of these parts sound super weird. Almost gets like a weird demonic voice at some parts. But that definitely gets rid of a little bit of it. Yeah. I mean, you can clean it up, definitely. But that part sounds really cool. I wonder if that part could maybe even work for this track.
Details are sketchy, but reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
So, a massive and unstoppable alien.
Like something till about there. Like that could be a part right in front of the drop, if we don't use the ARP and not go for that rhythm that we had. But kept like the more minimalistic rhythm that we had before that.
Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
All they encounter. Bang, bang, bang.
Waste to all they encounter. Waste to all they encounter.
Maybe even have that, like, on the first beat. That could also work. I don't know where the sample came from. It was some kind of a UK comedy skit that I found on YouTube, and I absolutely loved it. I was like, holy shit, there's some good phrases in there I could definitely use. And, I mean, I would have to process them, you know, and make it all fit better, like I've done with the samples from the track from Livestream, where I completely mangled them up into something completely different. And that is what I would do with this one as well. Like, I would probably go in even more here and just start playing with this.
Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
Oh, like that on the end.
Reports are
Laying waste, and then the formant pitching down here.
waste to all they encounter.
Especially on the end. All they encounter.
Waste to all they encounter.
Riggedy wreck, son!
Like, that's really fun to do. But you can't automate that. That sucks fucking... I hate that. You can't automate this. See? There's no thing to automate the formants. Why didn't they do that? Just give us an option to automate the formants. That would be so great.
Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter. Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
But that end is definitely cool. I guess we should just re-sample it to get that effect.
Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
Like that.
Reports are pouring in from across the world of vast metallic crab-like creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
And there you have it. That's pretty much what I needed. I mean, this could work. This could be fun for this track. We would have to do like an atmospheric breakdown here with some atmosphere stuff building up.
Creatures laying waste to all they encounter.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, it's Alan Partridge, or however you want to pronounce that. Partridge. He does spoof comedy in the UK. Yeah. Ableton devs are just like, we don't need to fix it, just resample it. Yeah, I guess. Same with the pitch bend bug that is still going on after like years and years.
Waste to all they encounter.
That part kind of worked. You don't even hear it in the mix, so who bothers? Where was I? Not gonna cheat. Not gonna cheat that much. How late is it actually? Oh, it's time for feedback. It's a drum sound in Forest Temple. What? Oh, that one with the delay just now. I'm surprised you can't automate the formant. You can automate the grain size when you're in texture mode rather than Complex Pro. Yeah, that's also my point, you know? Why can you automate that, but not the formant? I don't know why that's done like that. It's a little weird. In my opinion, you should just be able to automate that as well. Would make a lot more sense, and it would also make it a lot easier, because now you have to resample if you want to do something like that. Which is fine, I mean, it works. It's not that big of a deal. But it would still be nicer if it would be non-destructive, right? So you could change it if you have to. Because let's say I'm getting further with this intro and with this build-up, and I figured that I started a little bit too high on the formant here in this first section, then I have to redo it. I have to re-record it. So I cannot really get rid of this track right now, because then, well, I can't go back, right? So that sucks a little. Yeah, I mean, there are already a bunch of things there in the drop-down menu, so how hard would it be to just add a couple of more here, you know? Just add the formant. That's honestly the only one I need, because from all the other ones, what else are you gonna take? Like these two you already have. Oh yeah, maybe this one. that envelope thing on the beats mode. That is also one you can't do. It's not the sample offset, right? I don't think it's the sample offset. Or is it? No, it's not. This one is also one of those that you can't automate. Would be great if you can automate that as well. In a similar way, just by going through to this drop-down box. But that's not the case. I don't know why, but it's not the case. We were on... Fuck, I forgot. What were we on? Texture? Repitch? No, we were on Complex Pro, yeah.
Reports are pouring in.
That's what we were at. Just gotta be some engine restraint, right, added to the list of stuff they would be able to do if they did a complete rebuild. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, you know? Like, I don't see how that would be such a big issue to implement. You can already do it by moving it while it's playing back. So why shouldn't you be able to automate it? You know, it's just literally a different way of moving the knob. But it's doing the exact same thing. So I don't see why that should be any problem. It literally just means that they just have to add, you know, the option to automate that value. That's just the only thing that they have to add, and that should not have to be a difficult thing to implement at all. If that's difficult to implement, then well, I don't know. I can't see how that would be difficult, to be honest. Because it would be just the same as like with any of the other knobs, right? I mean, I don't know why I don't know why they didn't include it. It's weird. Would be nice to have that though. But I mean, there's other tools how you can do it if you want. So it's time for feedback. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break before we're gonna get into the feedback session, because otherwise I'm not gonna make it too long. And I'll let you guys listen to this little bit, I guess. I will do that. And then I'll let you guys listen to this part. I've put in the arpeggiator again, so that there's something in this gap. And then we're gonna do some feedback. So I'll be back in just a little bit. There we go. Good one, to say safe. Good one. I've just done that. I had already saved the project, so I only have to do a Control S. But thanks. Okay. We have something. We made a bunch of cool sounds. I'm not entirely sure if it will end up in this arrangement, but it's a start to a track. So, time for feedback. Let me open up my emails and see what we have. I hope the feedback session is going to be working alright, because I changed the feedback session quite a bit. We haven't got a raffle set up yet, but I did change the graphics already. So let's have a look. Medic, you made a donation. Have you sent me a track? That's the question. He didn't. In fact, we only have 3 tracks. I bet we'll continue producing for a bit then, because we only have 3 tracks. I'm not sure about those intro drums, to be honest. I might just get rid of them completely. And then I can get rid of this one as well. Maybe have some different drums in the intro, like some break or something like that. I'm not sure about the ARP. It sounds a little weird. It sounds a little bit cheesy if you ask me. I want to put some of those kind of sounds in, you know? Some of those weird, like metallic scraping kind of sounds, or whatever you want to call it. Interesting sounds. Ooh, I like that one as well. Let's try put that in the track. See if it works. Like maybe on the end here somewhere. That actually worked perfect. That actually worked quite well. Yeah, I like that. I'm not sure about that hat there, so I'll just continue with this hat, and if I want to add a different hat, I'll do that with some more samples on a different track. Is the Ableton Live 10 wavetable good for making bass sounds? Yeah, of course. Why not? It's definitely good for making bass. I don't use it a lot, but that's just because, I mean, I'm used to other things, and I have a lot of other things. So my first thing to grab is not really the wavetable device, but it's still a good thing, though. It's definitely good. Oh, that's gonna work so good. Oh yeah. Okay, that kind of works. Now let me take this section and just do this.
Riggedy, riggedy, wreck, son!
Okay, we need another bass sound. Something that comes in here, or some, like another layer on top of the bass. Doesn't have to be like a completely different bass sound, but at least something on top of it that makes it sound a bit more interesting in this second half, I guess. In the first half, there's definitely going to be some more stuff, but I'm not entirely sure what it's going to be. But in this section, I know that something needs to be added to this. I'm thinking something with a pitch bend, maybe. Gotta set up this then. Band pass maybe. That phase memory thing, I'm not entirely sure how it works yet. I've used it a couple of times, but every now it seems a little buggy. Like it should remember the phase. But I don't see it changing at all. Like, why is it not changing at all? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it does seem to change still, which is kind of weird. I don't get why it does that. It remembers the phase at the end of a note and starts when... Yeah, I know what it does. Like, the phase memory, what it should do is it just locks the random phase position. So you can still specify like a random phase so that you so that not every voice starts at exactly the same spot in terms of the phase. Because what happens if you do that? Like if you turn the random phase all the way down and you have like, I don't know, four unison voice with a bunch of detuning.
The time is right.
You deserve it. 笑顔。
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. I think you send the track, so then you will be up first in the feedback session, which we will start just a little bit from now. But I kind of wanna work a little bit on the extra sound here first and add that. But thanks a lot for the €2. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was talking about the detune. Yeah, the thing is, if you don't, like, without this pitch bend, if you just listen to that note right now with the random phase all the way down, and then without the filter, you get that weird phasey like thing, right? Which is alright, it can be a fun effect, but usually not a big fan of it when I'm doing bass design. So doing the random phase up then kind of makes it better. And then locking it like that. Now it works. But every now and then when I do that and then play it, then the first time it plays it sounds good. Like it sounds like what it's supposed to do. And then when it comes back to the same note and it plays it again, it suddenly plays it with all the voices starting at the same position again, which is really weird. I've already had to bounce like a couple of times because I had that issue. It's really weird. Even though you set it up like this, so it locks the the random phase position, or whatever you want to call it. The random phase, yeah. And it still somehow plays it from the exact same position for all the voices every now and then, which is really weird. I mean, even now, it's still kind of different every now and then. See, that note started a little bit different. See? Apparently, when you play it twice faster after each other, it changes. It's really weird. I don't know why it happens. Yeah, I might have to send Steve a little message and see if he can come up with a fix. Like this is all the way up. Memory trigger, and this is also all the way up. Why is it still re-triggering? And finding different positions here? Then suddenly one of them just sounds slightly different. It's weird. Don't know why it happens. Really, really awkward. Nice. Gotta take the sub bass off because we already have a sub bass. Could maybe use it as a layer. That actually could work very well in the first part, I think. That's just a little extra layer. It kind of blends in nice with the percussion. Kind of works. So let's see. Do we have some more tracks? We have a couple of tracks. Let's just go into the feedback session. I'm done with producing for tonight. Let's save this one. Let's bring up the first track. Okay, you've sent 2 tracks. You've donated and you've sent 2 tracks. So which one do you want me to play? Slaveso. Slavo. Number 2. Okay. Then I'll open up number 2.
Where do we go?
Wait one moment before you play. Let me... Dun, dun, dun. Let me do... that. There we go. And then we do... Dun-dun-dun-dun. That. That should work. I think it all fits nicely right now. Yeah. I hadn't really had much time to test the new look, but yeah. This looks better. Holy shit, Medic, your name is twice in the stream right now. Nice. Okay, let's have a little listen to this one.
Where do we go from here? The child in me has disappeared.
Sounds like this is really loud.
Where do we go from here? Climbing ropes, we're getting near. Eyes wide open, don't stop hoping. Where do we go from here? The child in me has disappeared. Playful tokens, my heart is frozen. Where do we go from here? Climbing ropes, we're getting near. Eyes wide
Thinking I'd love to see the world, and now I'm flying out constantly. Now I'm questioning, is my love for this dying out? I used to love her like common, and now sometimes I hate her. We fight, break up and reconcile a couple days later. I ask for double or nothing for us, cause the only way in my mind I can leave my son for so long is if daddy's coming home with some life-changing paper. And that's real, the child in me is gone, I'm embracing the way I feel. Life-changing paper, and that's real. The child in me is gone, I'm embracing the way I feel.
Come from here. The child in me has disappeared. Playful tokens, my heart is frozen. Where do we go from here? Climbing ropes, we're getting near. Eyes wide open, don't stop hoping.
Yeah. It sounds pretty interesting, I have to say, but it sounds very distorted right now. And you say that there was a second limiter on there that you forgot to turn off. That might be why. Like in the intro, the kick drum just sounds like it's just distorting the shit. I kind of wonder what it would sound like without that extra layer of limiting. Probably would sound a bit cleaner.
Where do we go from here? The child in me has disappeared. Playful tokens, my heart is frozen. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, it's just overall, it just clashes, and I think that could be because of the heavy limiting. That's perfectly possible. Like, if you have a sub bass and a vocal and some drums, and you limit them, like, just right, it's gonna sound good. But if you then add another limiter, and limit even more, that sub bass is gonna distort the vocal and distort everything else, pretty much. And it sounds like that is what is going on here. But overall, I do like the idea.
I'd love to see the world, and now I'm
not sure where the vocal comes from, but
Flying out constantly, now I'm questioning, is my love for this dying out? I used to love her like common and now sometimes I hate her. We fight, break up and reconcile a couple days later. I ask for double or nothing for us, cause the only way in my mind I can leave my son for so long is if daddy's coming home with some life-changing paper. And that's real, the child in me is gone, I'm embracing the way I feel.
Like, I'm not too sure about using an entire hip-hop verse just like that. I'm not sure about that. Maybe chop up one word or one short phrase of the entire verse and use that every now and then. Maybe take two little phrases, but using an entire verse like that, usually I don't really think that would be something I would do. It just doesn't sound really like... It doesn't fit that well. Like, it fits, but there's sections that fit better than other sections. Like, certain phrases of the entire verse sound better than other phrases. Find the ones that sound good and use one of those. It's a competition. Oh, really? So you're using like a vocal that was, you know, given to you for that competition. Okay, cool. Like you can make it fit, definitely. You can make it fit. I've done some crazy stuff to vocals to make it fit. I mean, if I would have to go in and warp a vocal to make it fit and completely, you know, chop it up, then I will do that. I mean, sometimes you gotta do something like that. It kind of depends on the groove of the track. Or you have to write, like, the track that you're writing to the vocal, which is what I would do in this case. So, listen closely to what the vocal is doing and try and figure out a rhythm that would suit that vocal. Because usually when, especially in like hip-hop, the vocal definitely has a groove, right? And if you can somehow find a complementary groove with the bass line to that vocal, then you're set. What about the bass? Let's have a listen.
Thinking I'd love to see the world, and now I'm flying out constantly, now I'm questioning it.
Like in this section, I think the bass sounds alright. It's a little hard to, how do I say that? A little hard to hear because of the vocal. You know, the vocal is quite loud in the mix, and I just feel like without that vocal there, it probably would sound good as well. Maybe the bass does need a little bit of more extra processing. It sounds a little dry, or I don't know how to pronounce it, but
Is my love for this dying out? I used to love her like common, and now sometimes I hate.
I don't know. Maybe a notch filter in the high frequencies or something. If you take like a notch filter, the higher frequencies with a slow LFO attached to it, so that it sweeps through those higher frequencies, cutting out a very narrow band, it might add a little bit of extra movement to the bass. It sounds a little static maybe.
We fight, break up and reconcile a couple days later.
But like the groove of the bass could be good. I think it just needs a little extra processing maybe. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the vocal. I'm not sure about the vocal. Maybe it needs to be pitched down a bit. Usually when I use hip-hop vocals in drum and bass, I always end up pitching them down to make them sound a bit darker. That usually fits the whole drum and bass vibe a bit better, I feel. And I usually end up processing them a lot, like heavy compression, usually a bit of saturation, a good amount of EQ to take out like a lot of the lower frequencies because you don't need them when it's layered with a bass, and so forth. You know, there's usually quite a bit of processing in it. One thing that I definitely started doing a lot.
Coming back when the time
Oh
is
boy.
right.
How is she gonna pronounce that?
Hey recording week will well even and be a feedback.
She actually did a better job than I expected. Well, you will definitely be getting some feedback, mate, in just a bit after this track. But yeah, like the vocal, I don't know. There's a little, like usually I pitch it down for drum and bass. It just fits the vibe better. But like it definitely, if I used like hip hop style vocals or like vocals from a documentary or from a YouTube video, or you know, anything basically. Usually anything that's like more like dialogue. So like a dialogue vocal, or maybe just like a hip hop or a rap style vocal. If I use them in drum and bass, usually I apply a good amount of heavy multiband compression to just the vocal, you know, to really even out the volume, well, to even out the frequencies, the couple of different frequency bands. Like the one I've been using recently for that is the Wave C4 multiband compressor. It actually has a preset called voiceover, I think it's called, and it pretty much does that, just automatically, really nicely, just evens out the frequency spectrum on the vocals, and that way they come through a pretty dense drum and bass mix really easily without sounding too much in the background, I guess. Because the thing is with a vocal, especially if you use it in a drop like this, there's usually a lot of volume differences going on in that vocal, right? So not every word is going to be exactly just as loud as the other word before it. So by having that multiband compression on it, it really evens that out. And therefore, if you have some vocals going in the drop, it's still kind of, you know, it comes through the mix better. It's something I've been doing recently, but I don't know about this vocal though.
The world and now I'm flying out constantly. Now I'm questioning, is my love for the dying out?
I think maybe a couple of semitones lower would be nice.
Thinking I'd love to see the world and now I'm flying out constantly. Now I'm questioning, is my love for the dying out? I used to love her like common and now sometimes I hate her. We fight, break up and records.
What is actually happening that causes sounds to distort because of limiting? Is it because it goes above 0 dB into digital clipping? Could you avoid it by giving more headroom or something else? Well, I mean, if you have a limiter and you have your threshold, which is like the maximum value that you're going to get, anything above that is going to be limited, it's going to be cut off. Any limiting will introduce distortion. That's just what it... I'm not entirely sure why that happens, but it's basically you go above 0 dB and it cuts that peak off. So it creates like sharp edges within the waveform, and if you know a little bit something about what distortion looks like on a waveform, you know that a really distorted sound usually has a lot of very sharp and jagged edges in the waveform. And the limiter will kind of do that, because any peak that just goes above 0 dB is just going to be cut off. It kind of depends on your attack and release settings, but the more you push it, the more of that you're going to get. So the louder you push something with the limiter, the more distortion you're going to get, because it's cutting off more of those peaks in the waveform. I'm not really sure how to explain it better than that. But yeah, it just starts screwing up. And usually it's the sub bass that really triggers the limiting. Especially in like drum and bass and in like bass music in general. The sub bass is usually very loud. So when you drive something into a limiter, it's most of the time the peaks of the drums first. But if you then keep pushing it, usually the sub bass is the second thing that'll start triggering the limiter. And yeah. Yeah, it just squares off waves and introduces harmonics, yeah. I do have to say, I use very little limiters these days. Usually just one on the end of my master, and that's just it. I use a lot more saturation on like groups and stuff like that. If I have my drum group, I'll go for like a bit of subtle saturation instead of like a limiter on the drum bus. Or same thing with the bass bus, you know, I'll just go for like a little amount of subtle saturation in before it goes into my sidechain compressor. You know, I find that to sound a lot more pleasing than using a compressor or a limiter to gel things together. I like it when I just, you know, take a couple of different sounds that are layered on top of each other in the track and run those through the same distortion. So usually just trash 2 with a subtle preset or a subtle distortion setup, and it just adds a little bit of extra harmonics based on what you sent through it, right? And I find that sounds really pleasing. Better than compression, at least, in my opinion. Compression just, I don't know, it's a nice tool, but I don't really need it, to be honest. I hardly use compressors other than when I'm sidechaining. I mean, in a way, they kind of do the same thing. You know, if you push a compressor really hard, it's gonna create extra harmonics as well. So OTT, yeah. Well, OTT is yeah, it's just a preset for a compressor. It's just very heavy multiband compression. That's just what it is. So yeah, I definitely use that every now and then. But I mean, I do use multiband compressors. That I use those quite a lot because those are quite handy on like evening out basses and stuff like that. If you have like a nice bass and you want to even out a very dynamic mid range on the bass, that's easy to do with like a multiband compressor. But like just a regular compressor, I hardly use them anymore. Back in the day, I would always have like a compressor on my drum bus, you know, compressor on my bass bus, and I don't really see the point. By the end, when I'm done writing when my bass line, you know, arrives at the group level in Ableton, it's already a sausage waveform anyway. So, what is that compressor gonna do? Other than just create a couple of extra harmonics that I could also create with a bit of saturation. You put a soft clipper on the master that only affects the drum transients, makes a nice difference. I have another trick on my master that I also do, that's something very similar, I guess. On my master I have this transient shaper, which is really odd. You would say a transient shaper on your master. Well, it's actually not doing any transient shaping. The attack and release buttons are just at the default position. The only thing that I turned up is this drive knob, which is kind of like, it adds a little bit of saturation, but only to the loudest peaks. So, my kick and snare, most of the time. And it just adds a little bit of saturation to them, making them quieter in the actual output volume. So the peak level is going to be like 2 or 3 dB quieter, but the perceived loudness is going to stay at the same loudness. So if I bypass this transient shaper, it sounds pretty much exactly the same. You don't hear an audible difference. But if you analyze the volume coming out of this one before you apply it and after you apply it, you can see that you've just gained like 2 or 3 decibels of headroom, which is really nice. And it makes almost no audible difference, so I always have that on my master track, just adding a little bit of drive to like the peaks of the kick and snare, and it gives you a couple of extra dB of headroom. It's really nice. And it kind of does a little bit of soft clipping as well, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but could be that could be that it's a little soft clipping that it applies. I don't know, you can't see, there's no tooltips or anything. But it definitely helps, It's like a really nice trick to do. And like, before that, what I would also do is like, put another isotope trash in front of it, for instance, and just use that to gel the entire mix together. So instead of having a compressor, just use that. I mean, and you can mix it in just a little bit. It's kind of nice. Oh, I just noticed that you guys couldn't see that, but doesn't matter. You get what I mean. Just subtle saturation on could you see that transient shaper? Oh yeah, you could see that. Good. I do use that a lot, actually. It's quite handy using little tricks like that, subtle saturation on the master.
Style a couple days later.
Cool. Let's move on to the next track. Next one was gonna be somebody donated, right? And he wanted feedback. Yeah. Have you sent me a track? Vies. Viesemon. Where's your track? I don't see your track yet. Oh, you send it from that email address. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I see it. My bad. My bad. Thinking of buying Ableton in the future, what are the stock samples like? I'm coming from a house background, my DAW at the moment is Logic Pro. Ableton has a lot of stock samples. I don't ever use them though, so I can't really comment on that. I never use them. But they have like a lot of extra packs, like analog drum machine packs and stuff like that. So kind of depends, I think, on what library you or what license you have. If you have like the regular Ableton or Ableton Suite, I think you can get access to different packs.
Coming back when the time is right.
Alright.
よ、Artifacts IAM, Late Again, Any Chance to Do Some, Feedback for my track, It's the Manalik E.
Definitely. Thanks for the 150 Russian rubles, I think. Thanks a lot, man. And I'll definitely do your track after this one. So, first is gonna be this one, and then you are up next. You meant stock plugins. Oh, the Ableton stock effects are really good. I mean, the Ableton stock effects are really nice. I use them a lot. And especially when you know that you have... like, if we go back to just Ableton real quick. Like, the stock effects are alright. Like, they're not that spectacular. But they're cool. You know? Like, you got some cool effects in here. Like, you got like a guitar amp and stuff like that, and there's some pretty cool distortion types that you can make with this. But the beauty of all of that is that you can rack or group things in racks. So you can group things in a rack here, and you can say, like, for instance, I want to have a couple of effects in a row. So maybe a phaser there, and some kind of a resonator here, you know, and have like a bunch of effects in a row. And then let's say, maybe I want to create a parallel chain here. So you can see how that is really easy to set up like crazy effects chains. And that's what I think Ableton really excels at. It's just how easy it is to just quickly route stuff like that. You don't have to rely on like sending a signal from one mixer track to another mixer track, and like, you know, like for instance how you should do it with the old school FL Studio. Like now they have Patcher, but back in the day you would have, when I used FL, you had to do like take one mixer track and then send the audio from that mixer track to two different mixer tracks, and then you would be able to do like a parallel chain. And that is just, I don't know, it's just, I feel in Ableton that's just very quickly with the racks and stuff. That's really helpful. I use those a lot. So yeah, stock plugins, I can, yeah, well, I would say they're pretty good. Anyway, let's have a listen to this track. What a weird little track. I mean, that's just a weird little track. I think it's really nice though. I think it's really nice, but it's really weird. All those weird pitch bendy percussion things in the background really do it. Yeah, what are they even? Frog sounds. maybe they are. I do have a little lake here near my house, and in the evening it's just going crazy with frogs out there, and they kind of make a similar sound. Yeah. No, it's a Doomar sample. What? That's odd. Doomar is a Dutch band for anybody that doesn't know, like an old Dutch band. You edited it really hard. Yeah, call it the Frog Pond track. I'm not too sure about this part though, where it speeds up, you know? It is a fun idea of speeding up the drums there to a double tempo, but I think I would maybe try out something a little different with all the other sounds, you know, that go with the drums. I'm not too sure about the groove there. Like, it feels the groove is missing a little bit, and then a little butterfly, a little moth just entered the room. But yeah, I don't know. This section here feels a little bit static compared to this section and the section after it. Like, this has a really nice head bobbing groove, you know, if you get what I mean. And then in this section, I don't really get that feeling. I mean, the sounds are nice. Yeah, it's definitely more on grid. Yeah, definitely. Maybe try and get that same, you know, groove in the faster part as well, which might be hard, but can definitely be done. I mean, there's some good examples of people doing drum and bass speed wonky shit, you know. And it's definitely fun to do. I should try that every now and then as well. Kind of becomes jump up then. No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Like, there's countless of people in like more like neuro kind of drum and bass that that can pull like pretty wonky bass rhythms off on like a straight drum and bass drum beat, and it kind of works if you do it well. But anyways, I do like this one, and the mix. Well, it's kind of hard for me to judge the mix on my headphones, but well, for what I can hear, it sounds all right. It's a good loudness, I guess. And I don't really hear like any weird things happening in the mix that I would say really need to be changed. There's not really anything pushing anything away in the mix, like a sub bass being too loud or anything like that. So. Yeah. Nice little track. It's still a little on the short side, but for like these half-time tracks, you see that quite often. I think it's a nice track, man. I think it's a nice track. Maybe just play around a little bit with maybe a little extra processing on some of the sounds. Make them sound even more interesting and more weird, especially in that part in the middle where you go to like a faster drum and bass drum pattern. I feel if you can get that part to feel a little bit, you know, wonkier to give it a name, you would have a nice track. So, let's see, Mana Leak, where are you? There. That was quick. CPU. I'm going to mix and master this track 10 times, and then I'm gonna look what the best one is, having a lot of trouble with mastering. I do that quite often as well, just mix the same track a couple of times. When I'm done with a track, just, you know, do the final mix down like 2 or 3 times, and then just compare the mixes. Usually what I'll do is I'll just end up like bouncing everything to audio first, and then just working from there. And then doing the same mix like 2 or 3 times, and then usually you'll find one that sounds really nice. Okay. There we go. This one is nice, man. This one is really nice. I like this one a lot, but you could probably tell. I mean, what to say about it? It needs to be longer, I think. It needs to be longer. But other than that, there's not much to say, I think. At first I was like, is that going to be the drop? If that is going to be the drop, then it's going to be a little bit of a letdown. But it changed after all, and it became a lot better. So that's kind of nice to have like that little softer drop section-ish, whatever it is. Like kind of still the intro, but it's nice. Yeah. You guys are on a Health Time vibe today. Great. Now I want to make Health Time. It would be a shame if someone sent Rhythm. Well, I mean, I would listen to it. Like, sometimes, I can be really nitpicky, but what if you, right here, you have this, section, let's see, where is it? You have the double kick right there, at the start of that first, at the start of that new section. I almost thought it would sound better with just one kick. So instead of da da, just have one kick with maybe a reverse sweeping into it. That'll create like a little pause and then bring the sounds back in on the snare. Although this kind of works as well, it's kind of like a personal preference, I guess. Oh yeah, in this section I wanted to point something out. That what is it? Weird lead synth that comes in here. It sounds like it's more in my right ear than in my left ear, which sounds a little odd, if you get what I mean. Like in this section right here. I mean, it's definitely there in both. It's definitely there on both sides, but I do hear it's louder on the right side, I think. I feel like if that sound would be a little bit more centered in the mix, that would be better in terms of the panning. Well, that's a really heavy Haas effect then, maybe. But yeah, that could be a result of that, definitely. But this is really nice. I like this, man. Especially this second drop just hits really nicely. Sounds more right on monitors too. Yeah, it definitely is more on the right ear. Definitely. I can hear it just very clearly. My on-screen chat is broke. Again? Okay, well, let me fix it. Let me fix it. I'll have to figure out why that happens. Should be working again now. But you guys can just let me know when it breaks every now and then. It is back again. But yeah, nice track. I just think it would be nice if it would be a little longer. Maybe just have an extra outro at the end, you know? Yeah, maybe just something... It's still quite short, right? So you could maybe make it a little longer. Could be nice. But it's a nice track. I definitely like it. Wait, I haven't even followed you yet. Let me do that. Cool. Might it be a phase issue because of a load of Foreman filters? That could also be, yeah, sure, that could be. Depends on what the Foreman filter is doing. You know, the Foreman filter, a Foreman filter it is changing the phase of a sound you put it on, because any type of EQ or filter will change the phase. Even like a linear phase EQ still changes the phase to a very small amount, but it does still change the phase. And with like a normal filter, or especially a Foreman filter, which probably has very resonant peaks, it's gonna change the phase a lot when you put a Foreman filter on there. So that could be. But it totally depends. Like, you can probably make it work with a Foreman filter, but I would have to actually look into the project to verify what is causing it. Could also be that it's a combination of two things, like maybe it's the Foreman filter combined with the Haas effect, you know? That could also be a reason why it happens. It could also be that there's, you know, something else, that sometimes it can even be like, sometimes it can even be a different sound that is causing it, you know? If there is, for instance, a sound that is in the background of the mix, like a drone or a pad, and that is louder in one side of the speakers than the other. So let's say it's louder on the left or on the right side, and by any chance it also cancels out a different sound, then that other sound might suddenly sound louder in one speaker, even though it's not. It's just because a different sound is canceling it out in one of the two sides. That could also happen, you know? There's a lot of things why phase issues could occur. It's just that you gotta figure out why it happens. You gotta figure out what is causing it. But like a Foreman filter definitely can be the case. Just play around with it, you'll probably figure out what is causing it. Let's see. Did we have any other donations? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. No, we don't have any other donations. So let's see who would be up next then. Damien D.O.B.? I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me bring it up on the screen. I don't know if you're still here, because you sent this to me all the way at the start of the stream. Soundcheck. That's easier to pronounce. Are you here? Wait, what? Track number 2? Anyway, Soundcheck. Is Soundcheck here for his techno track? Let me know in the chat if you're here, if you're still watching. Otherwise, we will have a different track by Jacob23. I think we'll go to Jacob then. Techno, yeah, I guess he's not here. Jacob was here just a little bit ago, so... Yeah, you have, Soundcheck, you have, 10 more seconds to respond. If not... Well, I mean, you gotta let me know what your name is in the chat on YouTube, otherwise I don't know who you are. Like, would be great if you're still here, so you can actually listen to the feedback. Come on, guys, let me know. Well, I guess they're both gone now. Let's see, who else do we have here? I've also got a track by CVI. I don't know if you're still here. If so, then we'll do that one. I'm moving on to the next one. I mean, if you don't respond, then I'm just gonna move on to the next one. So CVI, we have CVI here in the waiting list, and Ashura. You've sent me a file. Could you please upload it to SoundCloud and send that to me instead? Because I'm not gonna download files, so send me a actual link that I can stream. A 6-year-old track, yeah, I see that too. I mean, I don't really mind too much, but the only thing I wonder about... Oh yeah, it is your track. Yeah, I was like, is it your track? But then I saw your email address. Yeah, it's definitely your track. Okay, cool. Now let's have a listen.
to laugh about things which ain't funny anymore. Used to run for miles with her coughing hardcore. Most times I thought about what I did when it was too late. Some moves will come a part of me, which I really hate. Every stupid idea was good enough to think about the man inside of me. Wasn't ready to come out. and top reviews change the way I look and see. Time goes by, and you realize everything ain't so fly. Times have changed, rules have changed, people have changed, the world has changed. Man, why can't everything always be the same? Well, I guess it's just another part of the game. But recently, I must say I didn't like the game at all. Instead of spring and summer, we got winter and fall. Instead of Barbie and Matchbox, I carry records. Was acting like gangsters, girls talking about cops. Instead of fists and fights, we got guns and drive-bys. Kids training in their backyard and shooting on bullseyes. Instead of Barbie and Matchbox, I carry records. Was acting like gangsters, girls talking about cops. Instead of fists and fights, we got guns and drive-bys. Kids training in their backyard and shooting on bullseyes.
Yeah, interesting. I get a little bit of a, how do I say it? Little bit of a fateless vocal vibes from that. Like that really famous track from Fateless. It has a little bit of a similar type of vocal. I like it though. I like that kind of vocal. It does sound a little bit like more old school stuff. Which is, I mean, this kind of drum and bass was pretty big a couple of years ago, I guess. But the drum and bass is changing quite rapidly, I have to say. Productions are getting really polished and very, you know, like, I don't know how to explain that. Well, I guess polished is a good word. Like, productions are getting very polished right now in drum and bass. And, but this is a nice track. I like it. Yeah, I guess, well, I mean, sound of a vocal is most often personal preference, you know? Whether you like a vocal or not. As long as the vocal is in key and is in tune with the track, then, you know, whether you like it or not is always just a matter of personal preference. What I like or what, you know, my neighbor likes, somebody else might not like. It's totally depends. The word you're looking for is probably overproduced. No, I wouldn't say it's overproduced. You know, I wouldn't say it's overproduced. It sounds good. You know, if you take like drum and bass these days, it does sound good. It's different. You know, it's a different way of producing, right? Everything is super polished and really produced and designed, but that can work. You know. Not saying that it's the best way and the way to go. There's also something special about having a little bit of imperfections and having a little bit of dirt in your music, you know, and not have everything be as polished as it can be. I think it's you gotta find like a good middle ground in between the two when you wanna get into drum and bass these days. You just wanna find like a good, you know, good spot right in between those two things. Not make it too polished and make everything sound too clean, but you also don't want to have it sound as dirty as the old school drum and bass did, which is something to think about, I guess. But yeah, this track is not that long ago. It's like, yeah, 2012. I do like the track though. But like, if I listen to the track, if I, for instance, listen to the drums, like the kick and snare, it's just very more like an old school drum sound, if you get what I mean, like especially the snare. You hear very little of those type of snares these days. Maybe in like Liquid you hear them more, but which is could kind of be. It's a little bit like a deeper drum and bass track. So, but I do like this one, man. Like Blacks and Empire Lights and Wires was released then, I think. My neighbor does not like techno or hardcore, that's for sure. Well, you probably made him not like it, didn't you? You're referring to the dynamics of the mix, right? No, not necessarily. Like these days, the way the sound design is done and how tracks are produced, it's all just very polished and really, well, yeah, produced. That's the best way to describe it. Like you can have a sound and leave some of its imperfections in there, you know, or you could clean it up as much as you can and make it sound as clean and polished as possible. The two will sound completely different. I think there's like a good middle ground in between the two. You don't want to go for a too polished sound because a little bit of dirt in your tracks is good. But you do want to know that. But you do want to put it like in the spaces where it sounds best. But I don't really have much like things that I would change to this. It's just like for what it is, a 6-year-old track. It's a nice track, and I enjoyed listening to it. I feel like there is so many perfect sounding D&B tracks that lack creativity or soul these days. I mean, there's a lot of good tracks as well. Well, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be good and bad tracks within a genre, and that is not something from these days. You know, if you go back 10 to 20 years, well, maybe that would be a lot, but let's go back 10 years in drum and bass, and you're gonna have the exact same thing. You know, you're gonna see good tracks and bad tracks as well. It's just that a lot of those bad tracks we don't remember anymore because of that reason, because they were that bad or they sounded not as good as the other tracks. The good tracks are the ones that you will memorize. Let's say 5 years later or 10 years later. The bad tracks you'll forget about. So, you know, that's something to think about as well. It's just something that happens with every time and every genre. It's not. Yeah, I wouldn't call them bad tracks either. It's just like, you know, just to give it a name, but most of it is literally just personal preference, because a sound that I like, somebody else might not like. So, as long as it's in key and it's well produced, then it's not a bad track, and it's gonna be an okay track, and it's up to the person for themselves to decide if they really like it or not, I guess. The worst track I ever heard was G-Dub Rose Red. I've never heard that track. I'm not gonna play it though, because I might get copyright notices and stuff, which I might get on some of these tracks anyway. But I've actually hit up YouTube today, on Twitter, and I've also hit them up on like their own feedback thing that I can use to give them feedback and get in touch with somebody. I've been asking them about an update to the copyright system on YouTube, because a lot of times when I do these feedback sessions, people send me tracks that have been released somewhere, or they filed them for copyright somewhere, and there's a company, you know, sending out copyright notices in their name, and I get copyright notices on my channel, which is totally fine. I get it, you know, and to be perfectly honest, I would be more than happy to share a little bit of that revenue from that live stream to the person that sent in the track. If I can support other artists that way, then I would love to do that. But I have to remove, and I actually somebody commented on one of my older live streams today asking about it, why some of the tracks are muted in the live stream recording that is uploaded to my channel. And that is because when I get a copyright notice, automatically all the revenue from that particular live stream recording is now going to the person who claimed the song. So think about that. I do a 5-hour live stream. Somebody sends in a 5-minute track that is maybe talked about for 15 minutes on the stream, and then they get all the revenue from that entire 5-hour live stream. That is not really fair, in my opinion. So that's why I have to mute them and basically just get rid of the claim that way, and then the revenue goes back to me. But in that process of removing the song, I will lose a little bit of revenue just because of it. So I've asked YouTube, like, isn't there a way how this can be fixed? Like, especially when it's like an upload. I mean, it's not even with live streams, okay, but like with a video upload, it could happen as well. And most creators would be more than happy to share a fair amount of their revenue, you know, with other people. I would be if I use a piece of music of somebody and I know it's copyrighted material. If I could somehow credit that person and in that way share a bit of the revenue, I would do it. But there's no option to do it. So I asked YouTube, like, listen, there's so much wrong with the copyright system, and if you want to improve it, then this would be a good place to start. Give the people who upload videos a way to say, in this video, copyrighted material is used. In fact, this particular piece of copyright music is used. Then YouTube can give a notice to the copyright holder of the piece of music, and they can then acknowledge that we've used it. And if they say, no, you cannot use it, then we get a notice, yo, the video needs to be removed or the track needs to be changed. That would change it, you know? And because right now it's just that a person who wants to claim copyright, they can do whatever they want. I mean, you could claim copyright on anything on YouTube if you want. If you really want to fuck somebody over, you could do it. Is it ethical? No. Will you be punished for it? Maybe. But you could. I mean, you're not stealing all my revenue. The only thing I have to do is I'll just put the whole track on mute. And as soon as I've done that, then there's not any revenue going to you. But I think what YouTube should do is they should just track, like, if a video that is, for instance, one of my live stream recordings, right? If I upload those and somebody has sent in a piece of music that was copyrighted and thus has generated a copyright notice on my channel, YouTube could, for instance, just look at, okay, this entire video is 5 hours long. This piece of music that was used and played 2 times in the video took a total length of 10 minutes. They can then do the math and figure out what percentage 10 minutes is of 6 hours, and then they can figure out what percentage revenue should go to that copyright holder. That would keep it fair for every party involved on the YouTube channel. And I think that is the way forward. That would also, if then there would be a system, you know, for like saying I've used somebody else's work and I want to give them a fair share of the revenue before they even send me a claim or a notice, then you could, you know, change the whole way copyright works on YouTube, and probably also get rid of some of those fraudulent claims, which is kind of, I don't know, it's interesting. Hey, it's my stream. I talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about, okay? But I mean, it's a simple thing. I can get mad about stuff like that because I'm dealing with it a lot, and I have been saying stuff about it and so many other people have been. Like, a lot of creators are constantly talking about it. YouTube changed the copyright system because currently it's just so easy to, you know, file fraudulent claims for copyright. Google could definitely pull that off. Like, it would very easily be able for them to just track how long a piece of work has been used in a video and how or what percentage that is of the total length of the video, and then they know how much revenue that video made. If you know how much of a percentage that particular piece of work was used, you could easily send that percentage to the person who's the copyright holder. And that would mean that the creator still gets a bit of his revenue, and the person whose work was used gets a bit of the revenue. I think that's fair. And that would make it quite good. I mean, I would love to. I would love to just if a person sends in a track and he's not like a big name artist, he's just like somebody who's just has released a couple of tracks. Listen, if he wants to get a bit of revenue from it, then sure, why not? I would love to help. But not if you're gonna get all of my revenue from that video. That makes no sense. So that's why I'm just, muting them for now until YouTube comes up with a fix. Which I don't think will happen soon, because people have been asking for it for a long time, and I don't think it will actually happen. It would be nice though. Yeah, I guess we do one more track. Which is gonna be Ashura. Make it count as YouTube music royalties, and it is an easy and hassle-free system. Yeah, it should be very easy. And it can work both ways, like what I told about, like, having the ability to give credit, before you even upload the video. Like, when you're uploading the video, if you can give credit at that moment, that would be so much better. Because then I upload the video, and as soon as I post it, the person whose work has been used gets a notice, and they can immediately respond like, yes, we are fine with that, or yes, we are not. Maybe you first need to put the video on private, and they then first need to acknowledge the claim before you can actually make the video public. I'm fine with that. That would be great. And then that would also probably drive a lot of interesting new collaborations and remixes and mashups, because that is now suddenly possible, and it's able to do legally by sharing the revenue with the person who's the copyright holder of the work that you've sampled or whatever, I think it would be a nice thing to try out at least, or at least think about if I was YouTube. Especially now with the whole pressure that they're getting from the music industry. I mean, the music industry wants a fair deal, right? They want a fair deal for their musicians. At least the big record labels want that. Well, if we're gonna do that, then let's make it fair for everybody. Right? And not just the big record labels. YouTube is definitely one of the top contenders when it comes to music streaming. So they should be working on this, because there's a lot of pressure from the EU about copyright and how to do that properly and how to, split revenue properly. Well, then at least start acting on it and thinking about a way how to fix it, Anyways, Ashura, if are you here? Because I got your link. I think somebody else is here in your name or something like that. But let me know. I forgot what you were called in the chat. But YouTube is also one of those websites with a lot of problems and nothing is really being done about them. That's not entirely true. Somebody was saying that earlier today in the Discord as well. YouTube is actually changing a lot right now. They've become a lot more transparent. It's just that there's way too many people on YouTube to translate or to communicate with all of those things. If you are like a YouTube creator, especially one that is a little bit bigger, you will know about the features YouTube is working on. You will know about the things that YouTube is doing if you follow their channels where they, communicate those things, because they have those things and they actually listen to creators as well now. They ask creators for their input what they would like to see as features, what they would like to see fixed, what they think is important, what should be done first. And they are, in fact, trying to listen to it. It can still be improved, definitely. They're not there yet, but compared to like a couple of years ago, YouTube has become a lot more transparent to its creators. Not only in how they're communicating things, but also in how they are coming up with new features, how the analytics works for like creators on YouTube. Like, you can see a lot more things than what you could see back in the day. There's still a lot of things they're working on though. So I'll have to see what it's really gonna turn into when the whole new what is that? The whole new back panel, back dashboard of YouTube is launched. But I like what it's doing so far. What they're doing. He said he would tune into the stream. Oh yeah, well that's not a problem. If you, I mean, if I at least know that. Let's just say you are here in his name, okay? Then it's fine. Whatever happened to that Article 13? They approved it, pretty much. They approved it, and it's now up to the individual member states of the EU to implement the new law, which has to be done in, like, I think the upcoming 2 years, which is gonna be a fucking mess. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. It's gonna be a fucking mess. Twitch has actually done a talk on TwitchCon about the whole Article 13 and what it is gonna mean for content creators like live streamers on Twitch, but also on YouTube. And there was actually a guy there who was a spokesperson for the EU talking about the new copyright laws from Article 13, and somebody asked him, like, how is this going to be implemented? And he said, we don't know. And I was like, what? You are a spokesperson for the EU and you're gonna say we don't know? And then he explained, yeah, it's now up to the individual member state to implement the law. So there isn't really like, it's not like this is the law and all of the EU countries need to comply to it. No, it's this is the law, which is more like a guideline, and now it's up to you, individual countries, to come up on how you're going to implement it. So, I don't know how that is going to go, but I have very big doubts that all the EU member states are closely gonna talk together and come up with, like, equal rules for all the EU countries. I think it's going to be a mess. I think it's actually going to be like Germany, who wants the Article 13 laws. They are going to implement it, but the Netherlands, our government doesn't even want it. They voted against it. So what are they going to do? Our government probably is going to say, well, we might implement like a really narrowed down version of it that almost does nothing at all. You know, something like that. I don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it could potentially be a big ass fucking mess. Which would suck. I mean, it's definitely weird. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't know, like, if the EU can force countries to comply to it if they ignore it. I don't even know if that's possible. I think it is, but I don't know what's gonna happen. Let's listen to this track. Dubstep. You called it. Let's see. Nice laughing bass. My favorite type of sound, talking bass. Yeah, it's a nice bass. Yeah. It does feel a little bit wide. Yeah. It's a tinge wide, but not too much. Sounds okay to me. Kick here has some issues, I think.
Asleep.
I don't think the kick sounds that bad, to be honest. At least not on my headphones. I would maybe EQ it a little bit, and maybe get rid of, I don't know where the frequency is, but maybe somewhere in the mid frequencies, create like a little cut. Maybe make the kick feel a little bit deeper. So usually when you take out a little bit of the high frequencies of a kick drum, or like a little bit of the mid frequencies, it starts to feel a little bit subbier, or a little bit, you know, deeper, if that's the right way to say it. That's maybe something I would do to the kick, but I don't think it sounds that bad. I think right here those strings are quite loud, and it's actually interfering with the drums a little bit. I think overall the drums in this breakdown are pretty quiet. They're really much more in the background than the drums in the drop. Maybe bring them a bit more up front and make those what is it, the strings a little bit quieter. I kind of feel like the drums, especially the snare, is fighting for space with the strings in this section. See, when the snare hits, it doesn't sound too good with that snare. Maybe if you make the strings a bit quieter, that would solve it. But maybe you actually have to do some sidechaining to make that work.
Whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
Yeah, it's a nice track though. The snare doesn't sound powerful enough. Yeah, in that section definitely, I don't know. There's something... I still think the strings and the snare are clashing a bit there as well. Like, I think the kick in the drop is alright. I think the kick in the breakdown needs to be a bit more upfront. It needs to be... Well, it is a kick without any transient, pretty much. It is pretty much just like the sub bass of a kick. That's what it sounds like. Which sounds a little weird, if you ask me. But like overall, it's a nice track. It's just a couple of little things, and the mix could be cleaned up a little bit. Like that main bass sound, I wonder what that Like if that main bass sound would be cleaned up a little bit with maybe some mid-side EQ, making it sound a little less wide in certain areas of the frequency spectrum, while keeping like the higher frequencies nice and wide. I think it would sound overall just a bit cleaner then. But other than that, I think it's a good track. I mean, it's not like the most special dubstep track out there. It's not like anything revolutionary or something, but for what it is, it's a good track. But that was probably not the point of this track anyway. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the stream, guys. It's more than it's 20 minutes past 1 a.m. for me right now, so I'm gonna call it quits. It's getting a bit late. I'm gonna be back with a tutorial, I think upcoming Tuesday. Oh no, actually Sunday. I have a video planned for Sunday, and there will also be coming a video on next week's Tuesday probably, and then another live stream on Friday. So, I'm gonna be in the Discord in just a bit, so if you wanna go to the Discord and have a little chat and hang out before I go to sleep, or just hang out with all the other people, then check the invite link, which is below the live stream, below the stream. If you're on Twitch, just scroll down. If you're on YouTube, check the description for all the links to my social media profiles and to my Discord as well. Next week, like I said, next week, bunch of tutorials I'm gonna do. I think it's gonna be one tutorial and one more of like a talk video, but it's something I wanted to put out, so maybe I'll even do the video where I'm gonna react to my old music. I've already recorded it, I just need to edit the video. Maybe I'll do that one next week. That would be a fun one. I've actually found, like, I found 50 tracks from that I made between 2007 and 2010. 50. And it would be fun to just do maybe 2 or 3 videos just responding to a couple of them. And just listening to them and kind of critiquing myself. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. Now, if you guys want to be here again next week, Friday, 8 p.m. Central European Summertime, now, GMT +2. I'm gonna be back with another live stream. I might work on this project that we started today. I think I'll work on this in the upcoming weekend and see what I can turn it into. And maybe we can work some more on it next week and see if we can turn it into a track. So that was it for tonight. And I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.